See, court to serve. Three minutes. Yeah. 2 minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this semifinal singles match will be best of 3 tiebreak sets. To the chair's right, from Huntington, New York, Jack Kennedy. His opponent to my left, from Lake Forest, Illinois, Jack Secord. Kennedy won the coin toss, and he elected to receive. Gentlemen, time.
Good morning, and welcome to the USTA Boys 14s National Junior Tennis Tournament from Dothan, Alabama. And this is a big deal. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst, and we have a lot coming your way. Matches, post-match interviews with the winners who will tell you how they got it done. And if you aspire to get your youngster to this type of level, we have parents who will talk about their journey and tell you what it takes. And a big tournament like this, a level 1, doesn't happen by accident. There's a lot of strategy and planning, and we'll talk to the movers and shakers who will tell you how they put a plan together. So if you're an avid tennis player or watching for the first time, thanks for joining us. Play is just about underway. We're on the main court, Court 1, where the number 1 seed, Jack Secord from Lake Forest, Illinois, he's going to serve.
Play.
He's playing Jack Kennedy from Huntington, New York. Secord to serve.
$15 love.
Big forehand by Jack Secord hit the line and stayed in 15 love. Secord is the number 1 seed, and for a player like that, it takes a lot to be on top of the ladder, as they say. I got a chance to talk to the young gentleman. He's a really good player. 15 love.
Out.
30 love.
30
Ball
love.
over the baseline from Jack Kennedy was long. 30 love for Secord. He's a lefty, and he's a combination player, I would say. He likes to step in and be aggressive. He also likes to use the angles, as most lefties do. He's a really good player, and you'll enjoy watching him. Right now, he's on the wrong side of the court, so he's got to go back to the other side. It's 30 love instead of 40 love. Those are nerves, like right there, ladies and gentlemen. Nerves. Ball is wide by Secord.
30-15.
30-15. The first few games, both players will have what they call a filling out process, trying to see how aggressive each will be, the style of play, and what's the strategy. Both players have done a great job of getting here to the semifinals of a level 1. It's a big tournament, and a lot of these players here will go on to play Division I college tennis as well. Some will end up playing in the pros. 30-15, Secord is in the lead. Second serve.
Out.
Ball's out over the baseline by Kennedy, 40-15.
40-15.
Jack Secord. Got a chance to talk to him yesterday doing an interview, and he says if you had to ask him what his game is, it's a game of aggression. He likes to step in, take the ball, likes to take the ball on the rise and step in and make his opponent move. He likes to put the pressure on his opponent.
Out.
Ball over the baseline
40,
by
30.
Secord. He's up 40-30, still game point. When you start out serving a match, it's quite important to get that first game under your belt. After that, you have a tendency to relax a little bit and not feel as much pressure. 40-30.
Out.
Forehand over the baseline by Secord. Deuce game. And you might imagine that the first game here of the semifinals, both players are a little nervous. So the key to overcoming nervousness in the first game is to move your feet and step into the ball and keep those feet moving, because the feet are the first thing that locks into cement when the nerves show up.
Out.
Ball hits the top of the net and goes out wide.
Advantage Kennedy.
Kennedy has a break point, his advantage, first game. It would be huge for Kennedy to be able to break Secord out the box, and that will calm his nerves and help him to relax and play a lot better. So big point right here. Break point for Kennedy, first game. Big serve by Secord. Came into the net. He's a very aggressive player, and watching him, he has a really good volley, so he's not afraid of coming to the net. And most number one seeds are that way. They have a game of variety, so they can do more than one, two, or sometimes three things. So back to deuce.
Advantage Secord.
Great running forehand by Secord. Caught the far line. Stayed in. So advantage Secord. First game. Trying to get back on top and put the pressure on Kennedy right out of the box. Big return by Kennedy. He took Secord out wide. The ball was too wide for Secord to get it back in. Caught the top of the net. We're back at deuce.
Out. Out.
Advantage Kennedy.
Advantage Kennedy.
Secord's ball once again went over the baseline. Kennedy would want to take advantage of these early chances to break the number one seed. It would truly give him a boost of confidence going into his first service game. So right now, advantage to Kennedy. He could really use this break point. Second serve. Oh.
Yes.
Great thought there by Kennedy. He had Secord on the ropes. Couldn't quite pull off the drop shot. The ball caught the top of the tape and fell back on his side. Deuce game again. That was a big point. Would have been first game to Kennedy there. And when you're the underdog in this match and he is against the number one seed, you want to try to get out of the box as soon as you can with the break. He had his opportunities. And sometimes an opportunity like this, if you don't get it right out of the box, it can cost you a set or a match. So he's going to remember that if he's not able to come back and win this game. Double fault by
Advantage
Secord,
Kennedy.
giving Kennedy yet another break point. He needs to capitalize on one of these out of the box, because it could be the difference in the whole set and actually the match, depending on how close it ends up. So break point for Kennedy right now. Ball catches the top of the tape. Deuce. Point again. The difference in that point was Secord was standing on the baseline and actually stepping inside of it at some point to hit his backhand down cross court to Kennedy. Kennedy was not able to handle it, and we're back at deuce. Big overhead there by Secord. That was a tough overhead because the ball was actually drifting into the alley and would have been out if he had let it hit. But as they say in tennis, when in doubt, hit the ball. Advantage, Secord. Game point for the first game. Very long first game, by the way. First serve is long. Second serve, Secord. Game point.
Out.
Game.
Game Secord.
Secord.
First game.
Very long game, the first game. That type of game is one that will settle the nerves for both players because they've had a chance to hit a lot of balls. So Secord gets out on top in the first game. And that could be a game to remember, especially for Kennedy if he's not able to win this first set. He had at least 4 break points in the first game against the number 1 seed. And when you're playing a great player, you need to take advantage of all opportunities because they don't come along that often. So first game goes to the number 1 seed, Secord, and Jack Kennedy will be serving the next game.
Kennedy to serve.
Seventeenth seed Jack Kennedy to serve. Secord leads 1-0.
Love 15.
Great point by both players. Secord came into the net and hit a volley into the open court. It wasn't the greatest of volleys, but Kennedy couldn't connect with the cross-court shot. Love 15. Kennedy is serving.
Love 30.
Aggressive play by Secord. Kennedy hit a short ball in the box, in the service box. Kennedy was actually probably not the kind of shot you want to apply at that point in time. Secord comes in, goes cross court, creates a lot of stress on Kennedy. Kennedy hits into the net. Love 30. Kennedy is serving.
Ball.
Big shot by Kennedy.
15-30.
Down the line. Secord could not handle it. 15-30. Secord's in the lead with Kennedy serving. This would be a huge game, especially if Kennedy is not able to hold after having several break points in the first serving game for Secord.
Out. 15-40.
15-40. 2 break points for the number 1 seed. So now we have a turn of fair play and reversal. Break points for Secord, the number 1 seed.
Fault. Out.
Game
Secord.
Secord. He now leads 3-2. That's why the first game where Kennedy had so many
Secord
break
leads
points and
2
could
games
not
to love.
convert. That's why that game was so big. He's now down 2-love to the number 1 seed, who, as you can imagine now, is spreading his wings. He's relaxing a little bit, so he definitely has the momentum in the match. 2-love for Jack Secord, the number 1 seed.
Love. Fault. Fifteen all.
15 all. Right now, Kennedy is really probably questioning that first game where he had so many break points, and he could have easily been ahead in this first set. But right now, he's down 0-2 to the number 1 seed, and once you give a number 1 seed momentum, sometimes it's hard to get it back. 15 all. Great forehand down the line by Kennedy. 15-30.
$15.40.
Great comeback by Kennedy. He now has 2 opportunities to break back the number 1 seed, which would be huge for him because that would put the match back on serve, and he actually needs that to get back into this first set.
30-40.
Big lefty serve down the middle of the tee by Secord. Draws an error, backhand error from Kennedy, who hits the ball wide. 30-40, still break point for Kennedy. Game for Kennedy. We're back on serve. Secord, the number 1 seed, leads 2-1.
Secord leads 2-1.
Great comeback by Kennedy. That should help him play a lot better in this first set. You know, earlier we talked about what it takes to bring a big level 1 tournament like this to Dothan, Alabama. Well, we've got the man at the mic now who helped put this thing all together. We're talking to Aaron McCrate. He's the president and CEO of the Dothan Visitor and Convention Bureau. And Aaron, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Great to be here. What a beautiful, beautiful day for tennis.
Gorgeous day. And you know, I've seen you all week and you've been smiling every time I see you. And it has to be because of this great level 1 tournament that you guys have brought to Dothan. Talk about that.
Well, for sure. It's just an incredible event for Dothan, for the Wiregrass area of Alabama and the Southeast. To have this level of play, this amount of tremendous athletes showcased in our community.
And absolutely, and as we say, you guys do some big events. This is going to be one of your bigger events, and economically, it's not looking bad either, right?
No, this will be our biggest event of the year. Not only because of the quality, obviously being a level 1, being a national championship, one of only 4 national championship level 1s that USTA has to have here at this age level, but also the economics of it. Having these competitors and their families in for over a week is an incredible boon to our economy, and we're talking jobs, we're talking a lot of economic impact in this community for Dothan.
And as we say, it takes a lot to put something like this together, this kind of a tournament. Talk about that.
Well, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of great people, and we have incredible team here. Not only with Visit Dothan and our staff, Robert and Sarah and Beth and Kara, putting all this together behind the scenes. You got the kind of front of the house with Hubie, Casey, and Beverly Shields here at the tennis center, and their whole team. Dothan Leisure Services, everybody just working together, and that's what it takes to put something like this on. Is we're all on the same team. We all have the same goals in mind. We've been meeting about this every 2 weeks for about 6 months now, just to make sure that this goes off as smoothly as possible.
Now, I know you guys have this tournament. It's a 2-year deal, but this is already putting you guys in place to bring in more level 1 events or other big events of this type. Talk about how this puts you on the map.
For sure. I mean, we've had a great relationship with USTA throughout the years. I believe we have 6 or 7 tournaments with them alone this year. But a lot of regional, sectionals, state tournaments. But this is our first national. And we knew we had the capacity. We knew we had the talented people and the facilities to put this on. But to be able to show USTA that we can handle a national championship, a level 1 event the way we have this week, just goes to show that we have the capacity and the capability to do this and to do this for years to come.
Absolutely. And, you know, I heard a lot of compliments, good compliments from the parents and some of the players. Rain has been a test for us all.
Yes.
But we've got a great day today. The tournament is moving forward. We're in the semifinal round. And you guys have done a great job. And I know you guys had a big party Saturday night. I keep hearing about that. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, well, right, just our backdrop here. We can see Water World here from our perch atop Westgate Tennis Center. We had a great event, welcome event at Water World, which is a huge water park here, wave pool and slides, and the kids just had a great time. The parents had a great time, some wine and cheese for the parents, and the kids had all the concession items and all the fun they could have. Some people chose to get in the water. Some people chose, hey, I'm playing tomorrow, probably not get in the wave pool.
There you go.
But, you know, a lot of kids had a lot of fun, and the weather held off for us that night, and we had nothing but great things to say about our opening event, and I've heard nothing but great things about the event itself during this entire week. And you know, the one thing nobody could control is Mother Nature. Outdoor sports, you're at the mercy of the weather, and you know, we're in the Southeast in July. It's going to happen. I know you're a Florida guy yourself.
Oh,
But I think we've done a great job at Beverly and the staff here, Hubie, just keeping everybody in communication and letting them know what's going on, when their match is going to be, what the delay is. But the good news is here for the semifinals, it looks like a beautiful, beautiful day to come.
Absolutely, and you guys obviously are looking forward to more great days and more great tournaments, and you're doing a wonderful job. I want to thank you for joining me. On your way out, anything else you want to say?
Well, watching game one here, I think we're in for a treat in this first semifinal, and you can't help but squint when you see a number one lefty playing on clay, right? I mean,
absolutely,
your thoughts
man.
Go to Rafa watching a lefty play on clay, and it's this first match has been a real treat, and we're in for a treat as it continues. And I just want to thank you for coming and doing what you're doing and helping us share the message of Dothan and Dothan, Alabama as a world-class tennis host. And we look forward to seeing people here for years to come for this tournament.
Well, when I see folks like yourselves working so hard and doing it so well, it's easy to step in and help out as much as I can, and happy to do so, and I'm looking forward to even better days for you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir.
No problem at all.
Ready all?
30 all right now, 2 all in the first set. And, it's turned into a tug of war as we expected. Secord is serving, 30 all. Oh, big miss by
40,
Kennedy.
30.
He had a forehand inside out down the line, and he missed it. That's given Secord game point. A lot of opportunities this first set for Kennedy. He needs to start taking advantage of them, because if not, it will cost him the set. 40-30 right now for Secord game point.
Yes.
Deuce game, forehand. Down the line, cross court by Secord, went wide, back to deuce.
Out.
Ball over the baseline by Kennedy.
Advantage Secord.
Game point once again for Secord to go up 3-2.
Out. Deuce.
Deuce game. Forehand over the baseline by Secord goes deep once again. We're back at deuce. The one thing I've noticed so far is that neither player seemingly is going to overpower the other. They both have the same power quotient, as you may want to say, and that means we're going to have some long points, and we've had some so far. Ball wide down the line by
Advantage Kennedy.
Secord. Once again, Kennedy has yet another break point. Let's see if he can get it. Advantage Kennedy. First serve is wide down the middle. Second serve.
Fault.
Double fault
James Kennedy.
by Secord. Kennedy finally gets that break he's been looking for.
Kennedy leads 3-2.
Kennedy is up 3-2 first set.
Thank you.
Great comeback by Kennedy after struggling the first service game by Secord, having so many break points. But he's hung in there, held his serve. He's gotten the break. And now he's on top, 3-2. I took some notes to pass on to you guys about what I'm seeing. Please, I'll get with you, and I'll email them to you. And we can talk about it. Okay? You know, this tournament has been an amazing tournament for the first time here in Dothan, Alabama. They had a 256 draw with about 200 players. And what's impressive is there are players from every state in this country and also Puerto Rico.
Time.
Gotten the chance to meet some of the players. There are some terrific athletes and great young men. My twin boys, Terrence and Terrell Whitehurst, played on this level, so I've been through this process and had this experience. And it's an experience of a lifetime, and while they're playing tennis, this experience really is truly about life experiences and trying to learn about life and helping to make you a better person. So in a tournament or an event like this, none of the 200 players can lose because of the type of experience they're getting. 3-2 right now. Kennedy is up a break in the first set, serving the Secord, the number 1 seed.
Left 15.
Great forehand by Secord down the line. And the one thing I've noticed right away, now that he is behind, Secord is already starting to step in more into the court than he was before. He's on alert now. Love 15. Great drop shot by Kennedy. Terrific drop shot. Right in the box there. 15 all. Slows down the momentum of Secord. Terrific shot. 15 all. Ball goes wide by Kennedy.
15-30.
15-30 for Secord, the number 1 seed, who's trying to get back on serve. He's down a break here in the first set. Down 3-2 in games, but he's up 30-15 on Kennedy's serve. Oh, great play by Secord.
15-40.
The key to that point was he did not try to overplay the passing shot. He got the ball below the net, which meant that Kennedy had to volley up above the net. He tried to hit a drop shot, but the passing shot by Secord was too good. He hits the ball wide. Now it's 15-40, double break point to get back on serve. Game. Secord, the number 1 seed, is back even at 3-all first set. He's broken back. It's 3-all. Tight first set. And I think you're going to see more breaks coming in this first set. Neither player is going to overpower the other, which means they're going to have a lot of opportunities to hit balls and thus create break opportunities. 3 games all. Secord, the number 1 seed, is serving. Great behind the
Love 15.
play by Kennedy. The ball caught the tape, which threw Secord off a little bit, but the shot was simply just too good. Love 15. Secord is serving. Kennedy trying to break back yet again. We've had 2 breaks in a row.
Fault. Out.
Ball is over the baseline by Secord.
Left 30.
Kennedy is once again trying to get back on top. Both players have had their serves broken the past couple of games. We're getting to the middle of the set, so breaks at this point are huge as far as who's going to control and eventually win the set. Love 30. Secord is serving. Kennedy is ready to pounce again.
Out.
Ball over the baseline once again by Secord.
Left 40.
Triple break point for Kennedy at this point. Trying to break back after having his serve broken the last game. Game
Kennedy.
Kennedy once again. He's up in the first set, 4 games to 3.
4 games to 3.
He's broken back again. Let's see if he can hold when we come back. You know, this has been a great tournament to come and watch. We've had a lot of folks who've just come to watch the matches here in Dothan, and they've seen some of the best young tennis they'll ever see. And they've been very pleased with the play. You know, when you've been around this type of tennis, as I have, you know, you get a chance to really see some top quality tennis. And that's what the fans here have been privy to. It's just been a great week. The rain has, you know, thrown things off seemingly every day. So far, so good today. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But the tennis has been high quality.
Time.
You know, when you have players from all over the country, every state, you know, in this country, you're going to get some of the top players any and everywhere. And just remember, a lot of these players you'll see in Division I college, but also too, a few of them will be on TV in the pros one day. We'll need somebody to replace Rafa, Djokovic, and Nadal. So right now, Kennedy is back on top. He's up 4-3 the first set. We've had 3 breaks in a row. And let's see if he can consolidate the break and become 1 game from the set. Kennedy to serve.
Out.
Ball over the baseline once again.
Love 15.
Love 15 for Secord. What I'm noticing is that once Secord gets down, he has a tendency to step in closer to the baseline, which means he actually needs to be doing that when he's serving.
Out.
Ball once again over the baseline.
Left 30.
Left 30 in favor of Secord. 2 points away from getting back on serve and tying things up at 4-all in the first set.
Halt.
First serve is well over the service line. Second serve.
(15-30).
Great drop shot there by Kennedy to bring in Secord, who actually had a play on the ball because it was to his forehand, which is his left hand, but he pushed the ball beyond the baseline. And now Kennedy is up 15-30. Well, Kennedy is down 15-30, that is. Great
30-all.
inside out forehand by Kennedy. That's one to remember. That ties the score up at 30-all. And if he's able to go and win this game and win this set, that forehand right there will have set the mark for him to win this set. 30-all. When you're playing a match of this sort, you need 1 or 2 or 3 big shots during the set to get you over the top. That inside out forehand may have been the shot. We'll see.
40-30.
40-30. Secord hits a forehand return into the net. Game point for Kennedy. That would give him a 5-3 lead here in the first set.
Game Kennedy.
Another error by Secord. Too many unforced errors so far in this first set for him.
Kennedy
Game
leads 5
Kennedy.
games to 3, first set.
That puts him 1 game away from winning the first set. The number 1 seed is in a little bit of trouble right now. In the first set, he's down 3-5. So it's match game right now. Secord is serving to stay in the first set. And right now, Kennedy is fired up. Great
15
forehand
love.
down the line, catches the tape by Secord. Big shot, a needed shot. 15 love. He's serving at 3-5 to stay in the first set. I think what what Secord has to do as a lefty, he needs to be able to create angles with his leftiness to get Kennedy off the court so he can attack the open court. Right now, he's not really doing that. He's too many unforced errors. There's another one. That's a simple ball there that Secord simply hit into the top of the net. Not a lot of pressure, just the pressure of the moment. So right now, he's got to regroup, because it's not so much what Kennedy is doing. Even though Kennedy is playing solid, it's more of the errors that Secord is creating within his own game. Unforced errors. Great play.
15-30.
Great play by Kennedy. He hit a looping return over the baseline. The ball landed short. He came in, attacked, went down the line, and put the volley away cross court. He's up 30-15 in this game with Secord serving. This would be a big game for Kennedy to win. It would win him the set, but also start him off serving in the second set.
Out. 15-40.
Another error by Secord. He seems to be feeling the pressure as the number 1 seed here in the first set. He's down double set point and serving. First set is a fault. He seems to be a little bit rattled at this point. Ball over
Out.
the baseline by Kennedy.
30-40.
30-40. He still has 1 set point remaining. Secord is serving to stay in the set. The one thing I noticed right away is that when it comes to energy, it's on the side of Kennedy right now. Secord's not moving his feet enough as it is, and he needs to make that happen.
Fault.
Second serve. Oh, huge miss by Kennedy. Easy forehand. Secord's ball hit the top of the tape and set up. Easy cross-court forehand for Kennedy. That brings it back to deuce game. That's the kind of shot right there that can change the total momentum. Even though he's still up a break, you want to take advantage of all opportunities when they're right in front of you. And that is one there that would have given him the first set. So let's see how he reacts to missing that easy ball. Deuce game again. Ball over the baseline by Kennedy. And he has to be real careful here. It's game point for Secord to get a little closer. Kennedy will be serving for the set, but if you lose this game, you also lose a little bit of momentum, so Kennedy has to be careful right now. Game point for Secord. And Kennedy just missed yet another ball. It seems as after he missed that
Kennedy
forehand
leads
cross-court
5-4.
ball, he's made a couple of unforced errors that he hadn't made the whole set, so it'll be very interesting to see if he's able to close this first set out. He's up 5-4 right now in the first set. Kennedy is leading. Great match so far. Both players have been not overpowering each other, moving the ball around. Both have had a lot of opportunities. Kennedy a lot more than Secord, the number 1 seed. And as he sits there waiting to go to the other side to serve for the first set, you have to wonder just a little bit if some of those points that he just missed on the last game where Secord was serving, if they're still on his mind, we'll be able to know the first point or two in the set game. He's had a lot of break points in this first set. Kennedy has, and you want to take advantage of those, especially when you're playing a number 1 seed or a high-ranked player, because what you don't want to do is let them reestablish some momentum. But right now, Kennedy is walking out the serve for the first set. He's up 5-4. Let's see if he can keep his nerves and serve it out. Secord was fired up after holding that last game, which he should be, because he knows he should have lost that game. So let's see if he can build some momentum and break back. He's already broken Kennedy before in this set. Let's see if he can do it again. Kennedy to serve, 5-4 for the first set.
Fault.
Aggressive play by Kennedy. Love seeing him go down the line. And he didn't just stand on the baseline. He came in hit a swinging volley cross court for a winner. That's aggressive. That's the type of aggressive play you need to serve out the first set. He's up 15-love. Needs to make sure he gets first serves in.
Fault. Out.
Ball hit over the baseline by Secord. One thing I
30-love.
like about Kennedy, he's a hustler. He plays great defense, and he's gotten a lot of balls back. I think that Secord may not have expected to get back in or to come back in. So right now, 2 points away from the first set. Kennedy is serving.
Yes, sir.
Second serve. 30-love. Kennedy is up. 2 sets from the first set. 2 points away from the first set.
Fault.
Double fault by Kennedy.
30-15.
He's still up 30-15, but you don't want to give those points away when you're serving for the set. Make your opponent earn every point. 30-15 Kennedy. 2 points away from the first set.
Out.
Official calls the ball out. The ball took a funny bounce, which makes
Right behind it, where it's a little tight now.
Kennedy wonder if the ball hit the tape.
Yeah. Go ahead and circle it for me so I come down and yeah. Thank you.
The official, Hans Alb, has asked Secord to circle the mark so he can go down and take a look at it. And in that situation, he rules that the ball is out, as he called it initially. So the score is 30-all. And that's what you do. You ask the player to circle the mark, and if they both agree that that's the mark, then the official can go down and look at the mark on clay. And that's the advantage of clay. You can actually see a mark, 30-all.
30-all.
Great drop
40-30.
shot by Kennedy. He's hit some very good drop shots in his first set under pressure, and that was a huge one because that would have given Secord break point if he had missed. But he converted. Set point for Kennedy. Oh, another miss. Cross-courted to the net. Yet another opportunity for the set on his racket, on his forehand. That would have given Kennedy the set. Once again, we're back at deuce.
Fault.
Great play by Kennedy.
Advantage Kennedy.
He's pushing the issue. He's being the aggressor. He's stepping inside the baseline, and he's forcing the number 1 seed, Secord, to go from left to right, and he's putting pressure on him. And you have to give Kennedy credit. He's had his opportunities. He's lost some, but he's still swinging for the fences and stepping inside the baseline, meaning he's being aggressive. Yet he has another chance for set point right here. Advantage, Kennedy.
Game
Big
first
cross
set.
court by Kennedy. Kennedy wins the first set 6-4, 6 games to 4.
6 games to 4.
He did a great job of overcoming a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of missed break points. He did an awesome job of staying aggressive, putting those lost points out of his mind, and just staying focused. So right now it looks like Kennedy is going to take a bathroom break. In the meantime, the officials on the court are going to remeasure the net, clean the lines. Hans Aub is the head official in the chair. He has two sideline officials, Rick and Bob are their names. And basically, his job is to call the service line and the baseline, and the two officials out there are calling the sideline. So everything on the sideline, those two officials will make the call. That makes it easier for Hans Aub to do his job and not have to worry about too much. There's extra help. And it should also help the young players feel a lot more comfortable because they have three officials on the court instead of just one in the chair. But a great first set. I think the first set was won because the 17th seed, Jack Kennedy, he stayed aggressive. Despite the fact that he missed a lot of breakpoint opportunities, they didn't stay with him. He kept being aggressive. He kept stepping inside the baseline. He kept moving Kennedy from side to side, breaking him down and creating errors. So far, you really have to give Jack Kennedy a lot of credit. He's coming in here in the semifinals against the number one seed, but it's made no difference to him. His mentality has been to simply stay focused, stay aggressive, and that aggressiveness has really paid off. It seems to me that Secord is feeling the pressure a little bit more than Kennedy. Kennedy, obviously being the 17th seed, has nothing to lose at this point. And it seems as if Secord is feeling a little bit more of the pressure. He's not moving his feet as he needs to. And Jack Kennedy is taking well advantage of that. He won the first set 6-4. And the first one or two games of the second set will be key, especially for Secord, because he needs to try to get up if he can, because if Kennedy can get up in the second set early, he could possibly run away from this thing in this match. But what I do like about Kennedy is he's played a lot of great defense. He's gotten a lot of balls back. He's made Secord hit extra balls. And in tennis, often when you make your opponent hit extra balls, that can create errors. And that's exactly what happened in the first set. I thought that Secord had too many unforced errors, especially a player of his caliber and on his level. And I think that comes from the moment and also having to hit more balls than expected, which is a credit to Jack Kennedy, who played great defense in that first set. And when it comes to the energy right now, if you look at both players, Secord is walking with his head down a little bit. Kennedy is skipping and hopping. He's fired up. He's ready to go. And the first two games of this second set will tell you a lot about this match. Secord is going to start off the second set with his serve, and here we go. Great forehand once again by Kennedy. He has used his forehand as a weapon so far in this match, and it paid off once again with a cross-court winner. Love 15. Secord is serving. Let first serve, two serves. Big forehand down the line by Secord. But credit to Kennedy. He once again made Secord hit the extra shots, hoping for an error. That time, Secord converted. Error by Secord.
15-30.
Once again, which puts Kennedy up in this first service game of the second set. Secord really needs to hold his serve in this first game. The energy seems to be on the side of Kennedy.
Out.
Another error by Secord.
15-40.
He's throwing his hands up in the air now, talking to himself a little bit. Double break point, the first game of the second set. This would be huge for Kennedy to break. Big inside-out forehand
30-40.
by Secord down the line. 30-40 at this point. Still another break point for Kennedy. Secord could use a big first serve. Great play
Game Kennedy.
by Kennedy
First
down the
game,
line
second set.
for a winner. He breaks the first game of the second set, so he's up a set and a break. And he's feeling great about what he's doing. He's moving his feet. He has the energy right now. Secord is walking around with his head down a little bit, wondering what's going on. And if he wants to know what's going on, he needs to look on the other side of the net, because right now Jack Kennedy, the 17th seed, is really playing well. He's up a break. First game of the second set, won the first set 6-4. The momentum is definitely on his side. His feet are moving a lot more and a lot better than the number one seed Secord. So right now, as you see him walk back on the court, Jack Kennedy is feeling good about what he's doing, and he should be. Big game right here for Secord. He needs to try to break back early in this set, because if not, that momentum train for Jack Kennedy could run all the way to the winner's circle. So let's see what happens here. Second serve. Kennedy is serving. First serve. First point.
$15
Point for Kennedy once again, and the thing that jumps out at me right now is Secord, Jack Secord, the number one seed, simply is not moving his feet. He's down on himself. He's walking around with his head down, and he has to change that attitude. If not, he'll be out of this match and out of this set before he knows it. And you can tell he's a little upset with himself right now. And of course, Jack Kennedy, his opponent, sees that, and he's trying to take advantage of it. And he's just getting balls into play and moving Secord around, creating errors. 15-love. Ball is wide.
15-all.
15-all. Error by Kennedy. Backhand wide. 15-all. And right now, Secord, the number one seed, needs to pick it up. Ball is wide.
30-15.
30-15 for Jack Kennedy. And right now, Secord is late. He's not moving his feet, so he's catching the ball too late, and the ball is not staying in, creating unforced errors. 30-15. Kennedy leads.
Fault.
Double fault by Kennedy, 30-all.
30-all.
Now, if you're Kennedy, you don't want to give Secord anything free. You want to make him earn it. Right now, he's in a state of negativity. So what you want to do is to make sure you put balls in and keep moving him from side to side, creating errors as you did in the first set. You don't want to give him free points like that double fault. 30-all. Big backhand down the line by Secord is wide. Game point for Kennedy, which would give him a 2-0 lead and a lot of momentum 40-30. Oh, big miss
Game Kennedy.
by Secord. He had a sitter at the net.
Kennedy leads 2 games to
Hits
love.
the ball into the
Second
net.
set.
Jack Kennedy is up 2-0, second set. Huge error by Secord, giving more and further momentum to Kennedy here in the second set. This is a huge game for Secord. He's got to pick it up, because if he loses this game, if he's broken this time, it could mean the whole set and, of course, the match. Secord to serve.
Fault.
Second serve, first serve is deep, as called by the chair official.
Fault.
Love 15. Secord is in a funk right now, and that's fine with Kennedy. He has the momentum right now. He's moving his feet. He's doing what you do when you're up. You move your feet, you keep moving the ball around, breaking your opponent down and making him play. And right now, Secord is in trouble.
$15-all.
Unforced error there by Kennedy, 15-all. He shanked the ball. 15-all right now.
Out.
Great defense by Kennedy. Secord hit a great ball out
15-30.
wide, and Kennedy went to get it. 15-30. And right now, Secord is extremely frustrated. All of a sudden, he's playing too fast and faster than he should be. He should be slowing down, but he's speeding up. And usually that creates a lot of errors. Let's see what happens. Missed ball by
30
Kennedy
all.
wide. Secord got away with one there. Kennedy had a wide open cross court, but pulled the ball wide, 30-all. Big game for Secord. He's got to have this one, 30-all. Great drop shot once
30,
again
40.
by Kennedy. That's been his best shot this whole match. He's been stretching out Secord and then using that drop shot to his advantage. 30-40. Break point again.
Out.
What Secord is doing right
Kennedy.
now, he just broke him again. He's up 3-0 in the second set. He's up 2 breaks in the
Kennedy
second
leads
set, and
3
he's up
games to
the
love in
first set.
second set. And 1 set to love.
He's simply making Secord hit more balls than he wants to hit. He's frustrating Secord at this point in time. And Kennedy is up 3-0 in the second set, and he won the first set, 6-4. So if you look at both players sitting on the sideline, it's a tale of 2 stories, and it tells you exactly what's happening in this match. The number 1 seed, Jack Secord from Lake Forest, Illinois, which is outside of Chicago. He's in a funk right now. He's down 3-0. He's had a lot of unforced errors, but his biggest problem is he has not moved his feet to get to the ball. So he's pulling a lot of balls wide and hitting balls over the baseline. He's hitting balls everywhere except for in the court like he needs to. On the other side, Jack Kennedy, the 17th seed from Huntington, New York. He's really moved his feet. He's played great defense. He's made Secord, the number 1 seed, hit extra balls. And in tennis, that's a recipe for creating unforced errors, and that's exactly what Jack Kennedy has done. He's skipping and hopping to the baseline to get the ball to serve. He's up 3-0. I know he's aware of the moment now. If he can just keep holding, being up 2 service breaks in the second set, this match is his, and which will put him in the finals. But right now, first things first, one game at a time. Jack Kennedy is up 3-0, second set, with 2 breaks. Here we go.
Out.
And what I really like, what
15
Kennedy
left.
is doing, being up 15-love, he's making Secord move, and the fact that he's not moving his feet is to his detriment. 15-love Kennedy. Big cross-court ball there by
15-all.
Secord, creating an error from Kennedy into the net. 15-all. Big game right here. Great point by both players.
15-30.
15-30. Secord now takes the lead. Great point, drop shots, volleys, cross court, and eventually Kennedy made an error at 15-all. It's 15-30. A little bit of light, a ray of sunshine for Jack Secord. He's finally up a break again on Kennedy's serve, 15-30. He really needs this break. He's down 2 right now here in the second set, 15-30. Yet another error
30-all.
from Secord, 30-all. He's not getting in position to hit the ball he's trying to hit. He's trying to cheat, as they say, as far as the creation and the technique of the shot. He's not fully ready to hit the shot he's hitting, and it's causing errors and creating errors. 30-all. And if he doesn't change it, it's going to cost him this second set and thus the match and a place in the finals. He has to step it up. 30-all. Oh, great play.
40,
Both players. Jack Kennedy won in the end, 40-30. Great cat and mouse game by both players. Both hit some great shots. But what stood out in that point was the defense by Jack Kennedy. A lot of slice to get the ball back deep and into play. He fooled Secord a couple of times, who thought balls were not coming back, and they did, and he was surprised and out of position. And eventually that cost him. As Kennedy goes down the line for a winner, he's up 40-30 right now to go up 4-love in the second set. Oh, great play there by Secord. Big fight by both of them, but once again, what I love about Kennedy, he is making Secord play extra balls. So he has to stay focused. He can't assume that a point is over, because when he does, Kennedy makes a great defensive play to get the ball back at his feet. Deuce game again. Great play by Kennedy. He's just hustling. He's just simply out hustling the number 1 seed. It's just that simple. He's making plays. He's making defensive plays. And he's forcing Secord to play extra balls that he seemingly doesn't want to move his feet to get to today. Right now, advantage Kennedy. Ball is called wide by the official.
Very little. Very little. Very close.
Back to deuce.
Yes.
I'm sitting here on the line. Looks like the ball was just wide. Deuce game. Aggressive play by Kennedy, going down the line and following it in, putting pressure on Secord. He goes back down the line, hits it wide. Advantage once again for Kennedy. Game point to go up 4-0 here in the second set after winning the first set 6-4. Just wide once again. I love the play, but he's making it much better and bigger than he has to. The ball doesn't have to be that big. He can bring it in some. And if he'd done that, the game would already be over. Deuce game. Second serve.
Out. What was out?
The official,
I called it out. Ball.
Hanzob,
Advantage Secord.
calls the ball out. Advantage Secord. Big turn of events here. I think Kennedy has missed 2 balls down the sideline by a total of 1 inch, which would have given him a 4-0 lead, and now we have a turnaround here. Secord has break point to get one of the 2 breaks back here in the second set. Let's see what happens. Oh, great play by Kennedy. The use of the drop shot one again is bringing Secord forward. And then Kennedy is using the next shot to pass him for a winner. He's playing very smart ball. Deuce game again. He's simply out-thinking and out-hustling Jack Secord, the number 1 seed right now. Deuce game. Once again, it's the drop shot.
Advantage Kennedy.
Kennedy is up game point once again. The use of the drop shot. He looks like Alcaraz out there from the pros, using that drop shot to his advantage, bringing his opponent in and then taking the next ball to go by him, frustrating Jack Secord.
Out.
Game.
Game
Kennedy. Kennedy is up 4-0.
4 games to love in the second set.
He's up 4-0 in the second set, and the first thing he did after that point was point it to his head, as in playing smart, and that's exactly what he's been doing. He's been using the drop shot to bring Jack Secord in, the number 1 seed, and it's really been frustrating him, and right now he hadn't found the answers to get back into this set. Big forehand by Secord down the line. 15 love. He's down 4-1 here in the second set. I think Secord's a little frustrated. He's playing a little faster than he should be.
30 love.
Cross-court ball is out wide by Jack Kennedy. 30 love for Jack Secord. He's down 2 breaks in the second set and 4 love. It's a long way back. The question is, does he have the patience and the ability to move his feet to get back into the match? We'll see. 30 love right now. Secord is serving. Let. Ball falls in the box. First serve again.
First serve.
Let. First serve again. Great play
30-15.
by Kennedy. He stepped in on the return, hit the ball flat at the feet of Secord. Secord had a weak return, and Kennedy went cross-court, creating the error, the down-the-line error. Secord is up 30-15, but he's down 4 love in the second set. 2 breaks. Cross-court error by Secord. An easy ball for a player on his level. Yet another unforced error. 30 all. And if Secord loses this game, Kennedy could be home free. Ball is wide again.
30-40.
Break point once again for Kennedy. Secord is beyond frustrated at this point. Just error after error. Break point for Kennedy to go up 5-0. Second set. Second serve. Double fault.
Game Kennedy.
Kennedy breaks yet again, third time this set. He's up 5-0 in the second set. He'll be serving for the match when we come back.
In the second set.
Kennedy is up 5-0 in the second set, won the first set 6-4. We'll see if he can finish it off, which would be a huge upset, beating the number 1 seed, Jack Secord. And it simply has been a match of great strategy, great defense, and a player with a lot more energy than the number 1 seed. You have to give the smaller player, Jack Kennedy, a lot of credit. He has really come today to ball, even when he got down in the match. He kept his energy up. He moved his feet. He put the negative shots behind him, created more positive shots, and now he's up 5-0 in the second set, serving for the match. It's a long way back for the number 1 seed, and unless he can change things immediately, and it doesn't look like it from watching him from here with the way his head is down and he seems to have lost his energy, it's a long way back for him, and we'll see
Time.
if Jack Kennedy from Huntington, New York can serve it out and make his way to the finals of the boys 14s here at the Westgate Tennis Center in Dothan, Alabama. It's been a great tournament, and this is one of our very first days of clear skies so far all day, knock on wood of course. But the play has been outstanding even in between rain, and it's been a great match and a great tournament, especially a great match for Jack Kennedy. Let's see if he can serve it out. He's up 5-0 here in the second set. Kennedy is stepping up to the line to try to serve his way into the finals. Another great drop shot.
15 left.
I tell you, he has masterfully used the drop shot to his advantage to get himself up in the match and also to totally frustrate his opponent, number 1 seed Jack Secord. Kennedy is up 15-love. Another drop shot. This time Kennedy.
15 all.
This time Secord is able to get to the drop shot. Hits it cross court into the box. It's 15 all. But the drop shot is on his mind because he knows at any moment Kennedy can pull it out. And it's been very effective this match. 15 all. Kennedy is serving.
15-30.
Backhand into the net by Kennedy. 15-30. What you want to do here is take your time and make sure you finish it off and don't rush it, because momentum can change at a moment's notice. Great forehand down the line by Kennedy. Brings it back to 30 all.
30 all.
I love the way he responds to negative points and negative plays. He gets more aggressive with his feet and he steps inside the baseline and he's going for it. And that's why he's up 5-0 here in the second set. Great return there by the number 1 seed Secord across court. He hit the ball in the box short. Took Kennedy out wide. He couldn't return the ball. And right now, it's a break point for Secord to at least get one of the 3 breaks back here in the second set.
Yes.
Big forehand cross court by Kennedy. Once again stretched. Secord wide. He couldn't handle the ball. We're back at deuce. And once again, Kennedy stepped inside the baseline and was very aggressive.
Advantage, Kennedy. Back to the line. Yeah.
Match point for Kennedy. Ball into the net once again by Secord. Match point to serve for the finals.
Yes.
Missed drop shot there by Kennedy. One of only a few that he hasn't actually converted today. We're back to deuce.
Advantage, Kennedy.
Ball into the net once again by Secord. Advantage and match point once again for Jack Kennedy. He wants to try to get a first serve in to finish this thing off. Let.
First serve.
Ball falls into the box. First serve once again. A big moment for Jack Kennedy right now from Huntington, New York. Serving for the match, 40-30. Game, set, and match for Kennedy. Jack Kennedy, the 17th seed from Huntington, New York, has played his way into the finals, upsetting the number 1 seed Jack Secord, 6-4, 6-0. A huge victory for Kennedy. He played masterful tennis today. Awesome playing. Used a drop shot to great strategy, to great effect. He early took Jack Secord out of the match, moving him from left to right, winning what obviously is considered an upset. When you beat the number 1 seed in the semifinals, What a huge upset and a great victory for the young man. He played awesome tennis today, and he deserved to win. He was absolutely the better player. Your final. Jack Kennedy from Huntington, New York defeats and upsets the number 1 seed Jack Secord 6-4, 6-0 in the finals, semifinals. He's now on his way to the finals tomorrow morning. And we'll be back with more play after this. Hubie, what a coup you guys have pulled off. The parents have loved this. The kids have loved it. Everybody seems to be quite happy with the tournament. Your thoughts?
Yes, it's taken a lot of work. We didn't expect the weather to come. That's one thing we cannot control. It does create a lot of havoc and causes everyone to lose their patience a little bit, and but other than that, it's all been pretty smooth.
And talk about some of the work you guys have put in, because this is fabulous.
Yeah, it takes a lot of meetings. We have meetings every 2 weeks prior and setting up. We've been working on this project since February. It takes a lot to cover, and usually about 40 or 50 people to staff, and we have had a handful of volunteers, maybe 10, and there's a lot to do, logistics, food-wise, moving things around. We've run 3 different sites, so it takes a lot of logistics to get these people and everything moved around, and the players and the courts in good, pristine condition. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes.
And as you know, more than anything else, as a leader, you're not great without a great crew and help. Your crew has been fantastic, but that's not just this tournament. This is all year round. Talk about your crew.
Yes, we have a lot of really outstanding people in some positions throughout the city, and then some Visit Dothan helps us behind the scenes take care of some logistical stuff as well. And so, yeah, we really do just have there's a lot of people in key positions that just the city of Dothan's so lucky to have some of these people, and I'm so lucky to be involved with the teamwork and part of the crew.
Well, the great thing is, one of the secrets that's been kept, if you will, has been Westgate Tennis Center. We've known how great this place is, but now you get a chance to put it out there for everyone to see what a great facility you have.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. We love running tournaments. It takes a lot of hard work. Just this week alone, there's been some people here at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're here till 1:30 or 2 o'clock at night. Most people do not see this, but it does take place, and it takes some really special, dedicated people to make this happen, and we're really proud of what we have in Westgate Tennis Center. And
to have a tournament of this magnitude in Dothan, what do you think it says, and what do you think it does?
Well, it definitely puts us on the board to have a level 1. I mean, that's the big time. This is a national championship. In order to get this, you have to have a lot of things in place, and somebody's been behind the scenes looking at you real closely and what you do and how you do it, and I think a lot of that's taken place, and we haven't really waved a flag at everything, but we definitely have made ourselves a player in the game, let's say.
And what this says is you can do this again and again and again and bring in some other bigger events as well.
Absolutely, we have the ability to do that, and that's something that is a goal of ours, and we've hit a lot of our goals, and this is definitely one of the biggest ones we have hit.
He's going to let me know. You can just look at me. I'll just ask you a couple of questions and we'll just make it happen, okay? I appreciate your time, man. Both of you. Yeah, did a great job. Good? All right, we're talking to Jack Kennedy, just upset the #1 seed in the semifinals. How do you feel?
Pretty good, very, very good actually. My second final in a super national. Hopefully I can get it done this time.
Talk about the strategy. You had great strategy out there today. Talk about that.
Yeah, I was just staying very consistent, using a lot of depth with my forehand, dictating points with my forehand, and using my drop shot at the right times.
And talk about that drop shot. I know that's an Alcaraz drop shot when I see one. I know you've been copying him. Talk about that.
Yeah, I always had that drop shot when I was younger. That was a weapon of mine. Yeah, I've watched Alcaraz a bunch of times, and I've just loved his game.
What was your strategy going into this match?
Just staying calm and loose, being professional mentally, and just staying consistent throughout the match.
It was amazing watching you think, as I would like to say, because I could see your strategy. What I really loved was that when you made an error or you got behind, you were aggressive with your feet. And so you kind of put that point behind you and then you just step forward. Talk about that mentality of yours.
Yeah, after I lost a couple points, I would go to my towel, slow things down, and I had to be intense with the feet, just put pressure on the opponent when I was down, and be very consistent as always.
And this is a big deal. Talk about that.
Yeah, it's super national tournament. In these conditions, it's very tough to go through the whole week and make it to the finals and hopefully win it.
Well, you've got the finals tomorrow. What are your thoughts?
I'm very excited to play. Going to be a little nervous, but just going to keep playing my game how I've been playing the whole week and just stay very loose.
And what did your coach Greg, who's sitting over there watching you, what did he say to you after the match?
Not too much. I mean, it was just like you're playing very well and just very tough mentally and just go win it.
Okay. Anything else you want to add about this great victory?
Just very excited to be in the finals and hopefully I can win it.
Thanks, man, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Man, you're raising the bar on him, man. He's got a great tough on now. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. Come right here, if you will. Right there. Ready? All right, Greg. Great match out there. Watching Jack do his thing. What was going through your mind as you were watching the match?
I was just very happy with Jack's composure, his focus, and his intensity for every point.
Strategy-wise, going into the match beforehand, what were you guys talking about?
We're just focusing on Jack playing his game, using a lot of variety, trying to dictate play with his forehand and keep mixing things up, and really just stay calm, stay steady throughout the match.
And he's in the finals, but there's a lot of work it takes to get to the finals. Talk about some of that hard work he's put in.
I mean, Jack's the hardest worker I know. He does everything that's asked of him, and that's the reason why he's able to stay so consistent and steady and keep his composure. And his conditioning is obviously as good as it gets.
And talk about his game style, because I really love the way he mixed it up. He kept Seacourt off balance, taking him wide, going down the line, dropping the shot. So I really noticed that he had a great style of play. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, Jack has a lot of different weapons, a lot of different tools, so there's a lot of variety in his game. I think he did a great job today of mixing things up to kind of take control of the points, but then keeping his offense very simple, very straightforward, and reliable.
And let's talk about the finals. He's now in the finals. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, excited to be there. It's going to be a big pressure situation, so kind of going into it the same way we did today.
And it sounds like to me, or it seemed to me from watching, you guys are focused on dealing with the pressure, because I love the way he got aggressive once he made a mistake or two. So he kind of put it out of his mind and put it behind him. Talk about that kind of strategy of dealing with the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, tennis, you have to play a lot of points. Even if you're doing really well, you're going to lose a lot of points. So Jack's been working really hard at being able to put his mistakes behind him and just stay in the moment, and that's what he did today.
Anything else you want to add about today's play or tomorrow?
I mean, just so proud of Jack and all the work he's put in to be here and to give himself an opportunity and play in the final.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, man. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Clay Court Championship quarterfinal, boys 14. The match consists of 3 sets with no ad scoring. Third set will be 10 points tie break. To my left, the chair from Marietta, Georgia, Rajat Charur, and his partner from Fairfax, Virginia, Arjan Prabha. To my right, from Los Angeles, Nevada, Andre Alcantara, and from Mill Valley, California, Gus Grumet. Alcantara Grumet won the toss, selected to serve. 30 seconds, people.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the USTA Boys 14s National Junior Tennis Tournament here in Dothan, Alabama. I'm Tony Whitehurst, your host, and we're at the Westgate Tennis Center. Earlier today we had the semifinal rounds of singles. Now we have quarterfinal rounds of Boys 14s doubles. We're on the main court once again, court 1. We have 4 very talented young men that are going to show us how they can get it done. On the forecourt, we have Andre Alcantara and Gus Grumet, and they're playing against Rajat Sharir and Arjun Prabhakar.
Ready? Play. $15 love.
$15 at this point. Doubles is a really interesting game. It's a game of serving and returning.
$15 all.
15 all right now. Rajat Sharir is serving. 15 all.
$30-15.
Good volley at the net by Prabhakar. 30-15. Doubles is a game where if you have a big enough serve, you can dictate to the returner. But if not, it can be a long day because the returner in doubles is usually trying to get the ball at your feet so his partner at the net can poach and put the ball away.
$40-15.
Another poach by Prabhakar. $40-15. Doubles is a game that most recreational players are very familiar with and they play at their club or at their park. 40-15. Great backhand overhead.
Alcantara Grumet. First game.
First game by Alcantara and Grumet. What you're trying to do in doubles is normally, well, the old style of playing is not like it is more today. In the old days, you try to get as many players on your side of the net at the net to try to control the pace of the match, but now you have players that play both players back, one player up and one player back, and he stays that way. So it's a game that's really gone more to ground stroking instead of trying to spot your serve and get into the net and put the ball away. So the game has really changed, as the singles game has as well, because right now, you know, everybody wants to hit the big forehand.
Love 15.
Big put away there by Gramet at the net. But the key in doubles is still the same. What you simply want to do is to try to control the net as much as possible. Second serve.
$15 all.
15 all right now. Still, what you should really be trying to do if you can is get control of the net and get in. But like I said, in this day and age, doubles has really become a game of singles players hitting ground strokes and singles balls. I really find, though, that the old schoolers that can
30-15.
put the ball away, like Prabhakar just did there, they really do have an advantage still in doubles.
First serve.
First serve, called a let. Kind of replay that first serve.
40-15.
Big serve by Gramet. 40-15. Looking to tie it up. Big backhand.
40-30.
Great backhand exchange. 40-30. I think on that particular play, Alcantara was sending a message that if you come to my backhand, I'm going to rip it. And that's exactly what he did. Great play.
Game.
Way to go down the line on that particular play.
1 all.
1 game all.
Gramet to serve. Let.
Second serve, 1 all. $15 love.
15 love.
You got a couple of guys with some really good ground strokes. You've got some big forehand, big backhands by Gramet. And Prabhakar has a big forehand, so it's going to be interesting to see how they match up as this match goes along. Now, the format here is 2 regular sets. The first 2 sets are regular sets, but with no ad scoring. And if they happen to split the first 2 sets, there's a 10-point match tiebreak. You got to win by 2 points. The first to 10, but you have to win by 2.
30 love.
30 love right now. And what you have on this side, something which is quite interesting and rare, you have 2 lefties playing. And that usually means they can go and create a lot of angles and get the right-handers off court. We'll see if that ends up playing out that way. But it's always interesting to see 2 lefties playing with each other, as a lefty myself.
40 love.
40 love. What we're seeing so far off the bat, you're seeing a lot of penetrating ground strokes. And what's happening, the balls that are being returned are weaker balls that are sitting up, and that's exactly what the younger players of the day, they want, because they want to be able to step in and drive on the ball. And that's exactly what's happening, 40-30. They're in the I formation right now. And the goal of the I formation is to try to keep a player from going back cross court.
Game. Grumet.
Game Grimet.
They lead 2-1.
They're up 2-1 here in the first set. And as I said, we're going to play 2 sets of no ad scoring. And what that means is if you get to deuce, the next point wins. So instead of going back and forth from deuce, add, and back to deuce again, once we get to deuce, the next point wins the game. That's what you're seeing in college right now, a lot. And what that was devised for was television. The hope was to speed up the game so that it can be covered.
Oh, that's right.
It can be covered by television.
I told him this team is visitor.
So it's good for players at this level to start being able to play this format, because when these youngsters get to college, and a lot of them will be, they'll be used to that format, the no ad scoring format. It's an interesting format, because what it makes you do, it makes you focus on the first point, because you don't have as many points. You don't have as many points to give away as you normally would, so you got to really focus.
Love 15.
And I tell you early on, you can find out that if you hit that ball to Grummet on his backhand, he's going to rip it. So you may want to come up with another strategy of trying to hit the ball to Grummet.
$15.
Great volley there at the net. And that ball caught the baseline, 15-all.
$15-30.
15-30. And what you see in the boys' game, you see more penetrating ground strokes, which makes for weaker returns, whether it's serves or ground strokes. And when the ball sits up, the players on the opposite side of the net, they step in and attack. And that's how they gain the advantage.
$15-40.
And now Scherer and Prabhakar are facing actually three break points, because even though it's 15-40, if they get to deuce and deciding point, it's still yet another break point along with the game point. So it's 3 break points as of right now.
30-40.
All right, they save one, that particular play at the net. 30-40, so 2 more break points. But if they get this one, it's also a game point on the next point. So let's see what happens.
Paul.
The return was over the baseline.
Deuce.
It's deuce. Deciding point, and the opponents are deciding who's going to
Receiver
take the
choice.
serve. And looks like Gramet is going to take the serve, as he should. And if they hit it to his backhand, they're in trouble. And smartly, they went to his forehand.
Game. And I counter Gramet.
And that, on the second
3
ball,
games to 1. First set.
they messed up and went to his backhand, and he just ripped the ball at the net man, and he missed it. So they're up, Alcantara and Gramet are up 3-1 here in the first set.
$15 love.
$15 right now. Serving for a 4-1 lead. $30
30
love.
love.
Scherer and Prabhakar, they need to focus on getting the ball back into play. They're having too many just missed balls and missed opportunities. And that's why they're down right now 3-1 in the first set.
$40 love.
Game point right now. 40 love. Looking to take a 4-1 lead here in the first set.
$40-15.
Great hands at the net. $40-15.
$40-30.
Exchange at the net. Ball is out 40-30. Still 2 game points for Alcantara and Gramet. Oh, he lost his racket on that overhead.
Deuce. Receiver choice.
Gramet did, and now it's deuce deciding point. It's a game point, but right now it's also a break point. And Scherer and Prabhakar needs this because this gets them back on serve if they can get this point. So big point right here in the first set. Still 3-1. Deuce deciding point. So next point wins for either a game point or
Who's taking it?
a break.
Fault.
Ball was out.
Game. Alcantara Gourmet. They lead 4-1.
Alcantara and Gourmet are now up 4-1. That was a big point right there. Prabhakar hits the ball over the baseline, and now it's a 4-1.
Okay.
It's a 4-1 game.
Guys okay? Y'all want some water?
We're at 4-1 right now in the first set. Very close game the last game. We'll see now if Scherer and Prabhakar can get back into it.
Time. Out. 15 love.
Joining me now is Randall McKnight. She's probably the busiest woman at this whole tournament. She's been the trainer for a lot of the players, and as she knows, a lot of them have come up with ailments during this tournament in this heat, and she's here to talk to me. Randall, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Talk about some of the things you've seen here. We've talked a lot about what some of the players have been going through, and you more than anybody else know exactly what's happening.
It's been a hot one. It has really been hot and humid here. And I've seen quite a few heat issues, some slight dehydration, but in our players' party, I got the chance to speak and really encourage them to bring coolers on court with them when they come, how much water that they needed to drink, and how many electrolytes they needed to have with them. And so we've I think that may have helped a little bit.
How many of them were really listening?
They are 14-year-old boys.
Yes, they are. Hey, I've been through it, so I kind of understand. But it's very necessary in this heat to make sure you're hydrated before coming to Florida and Alabama in the southeast.
Absolutely. It's been vital for some of these guys. I've had to give some electrolyte popsicles. We did have one really, well, actually two really concerning ones for me. And one was a full body cramp. We really worked on him, kept him moving.
Yeah, and that's dangerous.
That is dangerous.
Yeah, because
but we were able to keep him up and going. And then another one, he was really dehydrated, not used to this heat or the humidity, and it was after a rain delay, which the steam started rising from the ground a little bit. And so he got extremely cold coming off the courts.
Wow.
So I had to reroute and get a few things in play, and we got him taken care of, and he was able to continue the match. And he ended up, he did well in that match, and we were able to keep him on court playing.
What advice do you give the players as far as how far ahead when coming to the South, Georgia, Alabama, Florida? What kind of advice should you give them as far as how far ahead should they be hydrating before they get here?
A week before.
40-30.
A week before?
A week before, because they're still going to be practicing. So they still have to do a pregame during the game or during your exercise and your practice, and then you have post.
Okay.
So limit your caffeine, limit your sodas.
Your sugar?
Yeah, really pour in your water. And if you're on courts, make sure you're pouring in, you're really getting in the water. For 3 bottles of water and you're playing more than 90 minutes, you got to have electrolytes. You have to. You don't have a choice.
And it sounds like that's the same information or same procedures you give to adults as well.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Now, who are more hard-headed, the kids or the adults?
That's a toss-up.
The toss-up. Well, the bottom line is it's about safety and health, and you have to be careful because a full body cramp can go to your heart and actually kill you.
Absolutely.
So you have to take it seriously. I know, like I said, we've had 200 players here from every state in the country, some from the cooler states, so they're not used to this heat. And if they don't take hydration seriously a week or two before they get here, they can be in danger.
Right. And the two that I had dehydration were not from the South.
Yeah, that's a good guess. And you know, you do a great job. About how many players have you
15
attended to? Guesstimate.
I'm going to say around 60.
Yeah.
Some of them are repeats. We've kept them going.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have maybe one or two that'll be. I think I have one for sure that might be in the singles final.
Mm-hmm.
That's done really well.
So he sort of listened. He listened once you told him.
Absolutely, did very well. And how I told him to stretch and everything, he's done exceptionally well. And I've gotten to enjoy and just talk to these players. We've had some good conversations in the training room, and it's just been a lot of fun working with these kids at this level. It's incredible.
Yeah, they're some incredible athletes, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm just watching some amazing tennis.
Yeah, it's awesome to watch them do their thing because they're good at it, they're dedicated, they're competitive, but they also have to be disciplined to make sure they do the hydration as needed.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to add?
Absolutely. There's one other thing that I've learned that's really helped.
Go for it.
So in the player meeting, I actually really encourage them to bring hand towels. Put them in your cooler that you bring on court with you, and water, keep it at the bottom.
Yeah.
So when you come off court, every time you sit down for your break or your changeover or whatever, you get it out, wring it, wrap it around your neck, and that helps keep your core body temperature.
Yeah.
And then put it back in there, wrap it over your thighs.
Yeah. That's something the Australians used to do back in the 60s when they were playing tennis. They made sure they kept their head cool because if their head was cool, the rest of their body would be cool.
That's right.
They need 5 games to 2.
So, you know, great information.
Thanks
for talking to me, and you keep doing your job. You do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And I've seen you work on adults and young tennis players, and you do a fantastic job. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
No problem at all. That's Raina McKnight. She's the trainer here, and I had her on the broadcast with me because she's done such an incredible job with these young men, and she's made a difference and saved a lot of them from a lot more strife than they're under right now. So Raina's done a fantastic job. The parents have been very helpful and thankful. And a lot of the parents do get it, but a lot of the times the players have to listen to their parents when it comes to hydration, because if you don't, you can put yourself in a bad situation. So let's hope that they, continue to hydrate and leave this tournament in a very safe way. All right, we're at 5-2 right now in the first set. Alcantara and Gramet are up 5-2.
Love 15.
Love 15 right now. Shamir and Ricard are serving. Shamir.
Out. 15 all.
And what you've noticed in this match is that Alcantara and Gramet they've hit the bigger ball. They've made more of an impression, and they've driven the other team back. And Scherer and Prabhakar have just been pushed around a little bit.
30-15.
So let's see what kind of adjustments they make coming to the end of this first set to get back into this match. They're up 30-15 right now. Great volley exchange at the net with Alcantara and Gramet winning the exchange. 30-all right now, 2 points away from the first set. Alcantara and Gramet.
40-30.
40-30 right now for Scherer and Prabhakar.
Deuce.
Deuce.
Deciding point.
And once again,
Three-ball
Prabhakar, he has a tendency to leave that down the line open. And when you're playing against a lefty, when you're going out wide, you have to look for that down the line ball because that's the easiest shot that a lefty has.
Game. Surah Baker.
Game. Scherer,
Alejandro Gomet lead 5-3.
Prabhakar, Alcantara,
First
and
set.
Alcantara and Grimet, they're up 5-3, serving for the first set.
Love 15.
Left 15 there, a miss hit there by Prabhakar, and Grimet couldn't handle the ball. They're down left 15, still serving for the first set.
$15.
Great body serve there by Alcantara. Scherer could not handle it. Hit the ball over the baseline. 15 all. Oh, great exchange.
15-30.
Love the way Scherer kept closing in on the net there, hitting the bigger ball at the feet of Alcantara.
$30.
Almost had it there. Scherer had an opening down the line. The ball caught the top of the tape. It's 30 all. That was a big point. That could have been a break point that could have got them back into this first set. Big miss. 30 all instead of 15-40. Great play there by
30-40.
Prabhakar. Prabhakar simply kept going at Grimet at the net, and eventually he got the ball he was wanting. Kept the ball under the net, which is the key in that point, so that Grimet couldn't drive on the ball. Big play.
Game. Surah Rebecca. Alcantara Grant lead 5-4.
Big break there by Prabhakar and Scherer.
First set.
We're back on serve. 5-4 in the first set. Aggressive play at the net was a difference in that game. And now they've got a chance after the break to even things up at 5 all. 5-4 right now. You can see that Scherer and Prabhakar, they have a lot of power. It's a matter of them keeping the ball in and placing it where they need to. Because if they do that, they're the stronger players as far as being able to hit the ball and velocity speed, but you have to get it in, and you have to place the ball at the feet of your opponent so they can hit up and then you can attack. So if they can continue to do that, they were down 5-2, now they're back on serve 5-4. So we'll see now if they can keep the momentum going.
Time.
Big break on that last game from Scherer and Prabhakar serving now to even it up at 5 all. Let's see if he can do it. He has a pretty big serve, so if he can get some first serves in, they'll be in business. Let first serve. Oh, great play.
Love 15.
Great play by Gramet, who hit a short angle ball out to the forehand of Prabhakar. Couldn't quite get it in. And Alcantara finished it off cross court. Love 15. Prabhakar serving.
Out.
Tough
15
play
off.
there. Great serve out wide by Prabhakar, and Alcantara couldn't quite handle that out wide serve and hits the ball over the baseline. 15 all. Missed volley at the net by Alcantara, giving Prabhakar a 30-15 lead right now. 2 points away from evening this up at 5 all in the first set. Big serve.
40-15.
Big volley by Scherer and Prabhakar. 40-15. The momentum has certainly changed in this match. Scherer and Prabhakar were down 5-2. Now they're 1 point away from evening it up at 5 all. Great net play.
Gerard Rebecca. 5 all.
Scherer and Prabhakar are back all even. 5 all here in the first set. They become much more aggressive at the net and also stepping in on their ground strokes. Momentum has definitely changed, and now Gramet has to do something different to keep from being broken here at the first set at 5 all.
Love 15.
Good return by Prabhakar, got the ball below the net. Alcantara could not return it back over. Down love 15, and the momentum continues to swing the other way. Ball is out.
Love 30.
Gramet hits one over the baseline. I think he thought his partner was going to cross and cut that ball off, and when he didn't, it put him under undue pressure. Up 30. Great forehand there by Alcantara.
15-30.
15-30. They needed that one, or else they would have been down quadruple break point. $15-30. Gramet serving, trying to even it up.
Out.
Ball out wide. Scherer tried to go down the line, not good enough to get it in. 30 all. Alcantara and Gramet truly need this game.
$30-40.
They're not moving that ball over like they were away from the net man earlier in the set. And now Scherer and Prabhakar are cutting balls off at the net. And as I said earlier, usually the players that are dominating the net in doubles usually come out on top. And that's why the momentum has swung the other way.
Deuce.
Bad miss there by
Deciding
Scherer.
point,
That's one you got to get back in. You had a break point, an easy return. You hit it wide. Now it's anybody's game. Deuce deciding point. Next point wins.
Game. Alcantara Gramet.
And they stopped the momentum.
6-5.
They're up 6-5 right now, and that play by Scherer the point before really cost his team. Instead of breaking and going up 6-5, they're now down 6-5, and they'll be serving to stay in the set. I tell you, this has been a wonderful tournament here at the Westgate Tennis Center in Dothan, Alabama. You've seen 200 of the best players in the country, and they've come from all 50 states and also Puerto Rico, and it's great to see youngsters at this level who are dedicated, who've put that time in, who want to compete and who want to win, and who want to try their wares against the best players throughout the country. And I think it's been an eye-opening experience for those in Dothan who've never seen young players of this caliber play on this level. It's been an outstanding tournament. They've seen some terrific players, some very strategic players, some players with power, but they all compete and they all want to win. And I tell you, I haven't met a young man yet here with a bad attitude. They've all, they've tried. They don't always win, but they've tried, and there's a lot of pressure out here. So right now, Scherer and Prabhakar are serving to stay in the first set, 5-6.
Love 15.
Big cutoff there by Alcantara. Once again, they hit the ball to the backhand of Gramet. That's his money shot. And if you hit it, he's going to rip it cross court. It's going to be low, which is going to give his teammate a chance to step in and cut the ball off. So they've got to go to Gramet's forehand.
15 all.
15 all. Great serve there by Scherer. He was able to get Alcantara out wide and try to go down the line, but just couldn't squeeze it in that corner. 15 all. Bad play by Scherer.
15-30.
That's a low percentage shot. What you want to do there is go back cross court. You want to keep your team in the point and in the game, so that gives you a chance to go up 30-15, but because of that bad choice of shot, they're now down 15-30. 2 points away from losing the first set. Great drop shot by
15-40.
Gramet on that particular play. Both he and Alcantara controlled to the net. Pushed back. Scherer was able to hit a nice little drop shot over the net. Now it's triple set point. Triple set point and triple break point.
Out. 30-40.
The return by Gramet was over the baseline, one of the rare misses he's had in this set. But they still have 2 break points and 2 set points as of right now with Scherer serving. So he needs a first serve to kind of back him up right now. If not, they're going to step in and come forward. Oh, big volley there by Scherer.
Deuce. Deciding point. Receiver choice.
Gramet ripped a 2-hand backhand at him, and he fought it off and hit the ball deep, which led to an easy overhead for him. Deuce deciding point right here. Break point, set point. In game point.
Game.
Big serve.
Scherer for Baker. 6 all.
6 all.
Game. 7
Big
points.
serve by Scherer on that particular play. We go to a set tiebreak now, meaning the first to 7 by a margin of 2 points. Alcantara is serving. He serves 1, and then everyone else serves 2. after he plays his first point.
1-0.
Good kick out wide to
Shiraz.
Prabhakar, and he couldn't handle the serve. It's 1-0. Alcantara and Grimet. Big
1-0.
serve, big kicker. That Prabhakar got the ball up on Alcantara. He couldn't handle it. Also, looks like they got a probable bad bounce on the clay when the ball jumped up maybe 3 or 4 feet more than expected, that is. Let first serve, 1-1. Prabhakar is serving to go up 2-1 here in the set tiebreak. Wild forehand by Prabhakar, giving Alcantara and Grimet
2-1.
2-1 lead here in the
Grimet, la contra.
set tiebreak. So Grimet is going to serve. They're up 2-1 with a mini break. Big return. Sweet return out wide by Scherer. Complete winner. And even the lefty, Grimet couldn't get to it. It was that good. It's 2-all. That was a big point. Getting that mini break back. 2 points all. Oh, that particular play, Alcantara poached. And Prabhakar took his eye off the ball and was watching the poacher and shanked the ball wide. They're serving right now at 2-3. With Prabhakar serving. No, Scherer is serving, sorry. 2 serving 3. Set tiebreak. The first to 7 by a margin of 2. Great play at the net
Grimet.
by Prabhakar and Grimet. It's 4-2. We change sides every 6 points in a tiebreak. So right now, Alcantara and Grimet are back up the mini break, up 4-2. They're going to exchange sides. And this is a change of sides. What that really means is you're allowed to get a quick drink and keep it moving. You can't sit down on a change of sides. You can on a changeover, which is doing an actual set. So right now, everybody's grabbing a quick drink and heading to the opposite side. One more serve for Grimet. They're down a mini break, 4-2. There's a big point right here because they need to stay close. Because if Alcantara and Grimet can steal both of these points, they'll be in the catbird seat. Oh, big lob there by
4-3. Grimet.
Scherer. Grimet's is going to serve. He's up a mini break still. 3 more points, and we have a winner of the first set in the tiebreak. So it looks like Alcantara is going to serve. He's up 4-3.
Oh. 5-3.
Missed return there by Scherer. That was a makeable ball. The lefty swung the serve out, but it wasn't a big enough ball to where he should not have been able to get the ball back over to the net. 5-3 right now for Alcantara and Grimet. Oh, big play
5-4.
there. Grimet was at the net but was not able to handle the ball below the net by Prabhakar. We're back on serve. 4 serving 5. Prabhakar serving. He's got a big serve, but he needs to get it in right now. It's money time.
Five ball.
Looks like the ball caught the baseline. 5-all. It was that close. Big point there. Instead of being 6-4, it's now 5-all. Prabhakar with one more serve. The winner of this will have set point. 5-all. Big play, big play.
6-5.
Alcantara.
Alcantara.
Great net play. He hit a short ball that Prabhakar got to. Prabhakar went down the line, but Alcantara was there to cut it off. And now his partner Grimet, with the mini break, is serving for the set at 6-5. Let's see if he swings him out wide, as most lefties try to do when they need it. Yes, great
Game.
poach.
First set.
Great poach.
Alcantara Grimet.
First set.
They lead.
Alcantara and Grimet
7-6.
they win the first set 7-6.
What time you got, Greg?
7-5 in the tie break.
What time you got?
Very good set played by both teams. Sharar and Prabhakar got behind 5-2. Evened it up at 5-all. We went to a tie break. Back and forth. And Alcantara and Grimet were able to pull it out. Very good first set.
Yeah.
You know, doubles is a lot of fun to watch.
I'm good.
And even more fun to play. Like you say, most of the people watching this telecast can identify with doubles because it's a weekend, weeknight, country club sport, park sport, wherever you are, you get to play doubles. And everybody gets to get involved. It's a great game to play. And more people probably play doubles than singles. But a very good set. Way to hold your composure, Alcantara and Grimet, especially after blowing a 5-2 lead in the first set. They held in there during the tie break, got some important mini break points and break points, and were finally able to close it out, serving it out at 6-5, and they've got the first set in their pocket. And like you say, the first 2 sets are sets that are played with no ad scoring. You still have to go to 6. And if you go to 6-all, we'll go to a 7-point tiebreak by a margin of 2. But the key is the no ad scoring, meaning that you have to really focus from the beginning of the match because there are no points that you can just give away. And then if we happen to split sets, we'll go to a 10-point match tiebreak, meaning you have the first to 10 points, but you must win by a margin of 2. So we'll see what adjustments Sharar and Prabhakar make in this second set. They've got a lot of firepower, but I think for them, the unforced errors, those seem to be what did them in that first set, in my opinion. You know, they hit big balls, and they can place the ball to some degree, but sometimes they don't quite hit their spots, and sometimes they just simply miss balls that they should be making. And if you watched Alcantara and Grimet, they seem to be a little more consistent, seem to place the ball a little bit better. They're not as strong as their opponents, but they seem to put the ball where they need to put it. So we'll see what kind of adjustments are made in the second set. But a good quality set of doubles by both teams. And the one thing you notice, these young guys, they have a lot of experience. To be 13 and 14, and one little player named Teo in here, he was 11, but he did quite well. He lost a 7-5 in the third set match yesterday on Friday. So some great little players here. They know how to play the game. They know how to hit the ball. It's a matter of them getting more experience to know what's happening. Second set, Alcantara. No, Prabhakar to serve. Second set, first point. Great cutoff at the net by Alcantara. I think for Prabhakar, they've got to get off to a faster start, and they've got to establish some momentum early instead of late in the set as they did in the first one. And I think what they got to do, they got to play more high percentage tennis on their serves and as well as their ground strokes.
15-all.
Great volley there by Scherer. 15-all. And the first two games of this second set will tell you a lot as far as momentum and who's doing what and what kind of adjustments have been made. 15-all right now with Prabhakar serving. Let's serve. We'll do it again. Oh, great hands. Great hands by Alcantara. Scherer went right at him twice, and he was up for the task, using those quick hands to knock the ball back by him for a winner. 15-30. That could turn out to be a big play if they're able to go on and break Prabhakar the first game of this second set. Service wide. Second serve.
Ball. 30-all.
Big forehand by Prabhakar there to create and induce the error by Alcantara. He got the ball low. He had to hit up, and the ball goes over the baseline. 30-all. Big game out of the chute right here. Scherer and Prabhakar, they need this first game. Big cut off again by Alcantara. He's making a name for cutting balls off at the net, and it's getting his team up in the set. Break point right now. First game, second set. Down the line shot by Prabhakar, catches out. Gramet sleeping a little bit there. It's deuce game. That was a big point. So Prabhakar is serving now for the first game. He can use a big serve right here. And that's exactly what he did. Served down the tee.
First game, second set.
Caught the very end of the tee. Gramet couldn't handle it. And partner Scherer just put it away.
Gramet won the first set, 7-6.
Big game there for Scherer and Prabhakar. They needed to get off to a really good start the second set. They're a team of momentum once they get balls in and hit some high percentage balls, but sometimes they're quite loose with their game and they have too many unforced errors. So if they can reel in their unforced errors, they can definitely push ahead. But what you'll see from Alcantara and Grimet, they play high percentage balls, a high percentage ball, and they put the ball right where they need to at the right time, which is why they were able to pull out that first set 7-6, 7-5 in that tiebreak.
Love.
Grimet is serving, and that's an example right there of sometimes Scherer and Prabhakar being a little wild with their play. Just get it in and see what happens. Yet again, an unforced error. And I think what I've seen is what happens with them, Scherer and Prabhakar, they fall behind in games quite quickly at times with unforced errors. And it's hard to keep digging your way out against good opponents. And at times they've been able to, and at times they haven't. 30 love right here. Big backhand down the middle by Grimet, 40 love. So they've quickly come back after losing that first game to Prabhakar, who was serving. So 40 love right now. Let's see if they can take care of business. Miss of the backhand overhead by Alcantara. He probably should have let Grimet get that ball because the ball was behind him. But they got a couple of points to play with, 40-15. Oh, he got away with that one.
40-30.
40-30. Prabhakar went to the forehand of Alcantara, who barely missed getting the ball over the net. So that was a chance he played there that he got away with. Still 40-30 for Grimet, who's serving.
Deuce.
Wild forehand there by Grimet, bringing the ball, bringing the game back to deuce deciding point. Now it's anybody's point, anybody's game. They were up 40 love in this game, but now we're back even. 40 all, deuce deciding point.
Game. Alcantara Grimet.
Referee rules Alcantara Grimet wins that. It's 1-all. One all second set. Scherer is serving. One all here in the second set. Scherer is serving to Grimet. He missed it. 15 love.
15.
And once again, they keep serving to Grimet's backhand, which is fire. They may want to try his forehand. He doesn't hit that nearly as well. But when they go to his backhand, he hits a laser cross-quarter down the line, and it puts the opposite team in a bad position. So maybe a little change of strategy is needed on serving to Grimet.
Love 30.
Big play there down the line. Love 30 for Scherer. once again playing a couple of two loose points, putting themselves in a hole quickly and early, then trying to have to dig out. That's a recipe for disaster.
No. Love 40.
Just wide.
Game.
Oh, big play.
Alcantara Grumet.
But Alcantara,
They lead 2 games to 1.
they're up 2-1 with a break. Easy break that game. Once again, Gerard and Prabhakar got behind early in the game and couldn't dig themselves out. So they're down once again 2-1, a break in the second set after losing the first in a tie break. So let's see if Alcantara and Grumet can take advantage of that break and go up 3-1. Really interesting match so far. Two different styles of play, I would say.
In the chair, yes, they are.
Alcantara and Grumet simply to me have been the team that's placed the ball where they've needed to, when needed. And I think Scherer and Prabhakar have made too many unforced errors, and which is why they're behind right now.
Foul.
Ball is out.
15 love.
15 love. Alcantara is serving. If he can consolidate this break right now, that would give them a 3-1 lead. There's an old axiom in tennis that says you haven't broken until you're held. So let's see if Alcantara can hold. 15 love.
Love.
And what you're seeing now is Alcantara and Grumet. More and more this match is going along. They're winning points at the net. They're taking control of the net, and thus taking control of the match a little bit more than their opponents.
40 love.
And what I do like they're doing, they're forcing the issue. They're not overhitting. They're placing the ball where they need to, just enough to get them into the net. And then they're hitting high percentage volleys for the most part. And their opponents are overdoing it, swinging for the fences and most of the time hitting the fence. Close serve there for an ace down the middle, not quite. Second serve for Alcantara.
40-15.
40-15. That's the advantage of being up in a game by a lot. If you hit a double fault, it doesn't hurt you nearly as much as if it was 30 all.
Game. Alcantara Grumet.
Game Alcantara and
3 games to 1.
Grumet.
Second set.
Another well-placed serve.
And 1 set to love.
High percentage play. Alcantara and Grumet are now up 3-1 in the second set after pulling out the first set in a tiebreak at 7-5. They seem to be the steadier of the two teams. Let's see if Prabhakar and Scherer can rally. Big play there by Prabhakar. Alcantara gave up too much of the line, and Prabhakar made him pay for it. 15 love. Prabhakar serving. That was a tough ball there. Missed
Very low.
volley by Grimet. That ball probably was going out, but it was too close for him to let it hit. So he had to play it. The ball got a little bit behind him. Couldn't quite handle it. 30 all. That was a big point. Could have gone up 3 break points.
Paul. Yes. I did say out. I called the line. We got line people. No, I called out. I saw it out. 30-15.
The official in the chair called the ball out. Thought the ball went behind the baseline. It's his job to call the baseline and the service line. Scherer and Probacott thought the ball may have actually been in. Second serve.
$40-15.
Miss volley by Alcantara, giving Probacott and Scherer a 40-15 lead in this game. Trying to close the gap to 3-2. They're down a break here in the second set after losing the first in a tie break, 7 points to 5.
Game.
Great move by Scherer.
Scherer.
Cut the ball off.
And a counter Grimet leads 3-2.
Alcantara and Grimet,
Second
they're up
set.
3-2 in the second set. They're up a break. Won the first set 7-6. Scherer and Probacott, they're able to get on a roll at times during a game or a couple of games, and then they sort of flatten out their play. And the problem is they're throwing in too many unforced errors in their attempt to get back into a game, and that's killing their momentum. What they have to do is hit more high percentage shots or simply get more balls in. And if they can do that, they can turn this set around.
Scherer, get the ball, please. Thank you.
And they sort of did the same thing. They got behind in the first set. They were down 5-2, were able to rally, actually, and tie things up at 5-all, eventually losing in a tie break. They're down again in the second set, 3-2. And we'll see what happens.
Time.
Big
About
overhead
15.
by Scherer.
Help, please. Thank you.
Love 15. I tell you, when Scherer and Probacott, when they move forward, they're a force, but they're sort of inconsistent with their net play, their movement together as a team.
15 off.
And then as you see right there, they just make an unforced error for no real reason at all on that particular play. Scherer simply didn't move his feet and pull the ball wide.
Paul. 15-30. I mean 30-15, my bad.
30-15.
Let
Oh, miss volley there.
30 all.
Bad miss there by Alcantara. Could have been a 40-15 game lead, but now they're back at 30 all, and you're giving your opponent, Scherer and Prabhakar, an opportunity to get back into this game and this set. Let's see what happens.
Out.
See, those
42.
backhands there by Gramet forced Prabhakar to go for too much. And eventually Prabhakar pulled the ball wide, and now it's game point again for Alcantara and Gramet. Oh, big miss.
Game and a country agreement. They lead 4-2, second set.
Alcantara and Gramet lead 4-2, second set. Joining me now is Hubie Casey. He's the Westgate Director of Tennis here. And Hubie, thanks for joining me today.
Absolutely, Tony. Beautiful afternoon for some tennis at Westgate Tennis Center.
It's been a wonderful week for you guys. You've got a level 1 great tournament here with a lot of people in town. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, well, it has been a rough start to the week with all the rain. We had, probably over 14 rain delays with numerous amounts of hours of delay, but we fought through it, and the kids seem to be very resilient as the parents and coaches, and so we have arrived at this day. Hallelujah.
How excited have you guys been this week to have this sort of a tournament here in Dothan for the first time?
Well, it's just really hard not to just get absolutely excited about what's going on with a level 1 in town for 7 days. The tennis, the caliber of tennis that is here, how good these kids are, and where they're probably headed in life with tennis, and it's just really hard not to just really be super excited about it.
And it's great to say they played at Westgate once upon a time, huh?
Yes, absolutely, and we've had some really great ones come through here.
Absolutely, man. What does this? First of all, you get to show off Westgate Tennis Center, which is a fantastic facility. Talk about being able to show off your wares here at Westgate.
To show off
Westgate, I mean.
Yeah. Well, it's great. We do a lot of Southern tournaments, so we've been more Southern oriented, of course. So it's awesome to have these kids from California, Oregon, Texas, all these different places that normally wouldn't have exposure to the town of Dothan and our sports. Our love of sports in the state of Alabama, as well as our love of sports in Dothan, Alabama.
It's putting you guys on the map for bigger things to come. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, we're always on the outlook. We've got a wonderful facility here, and then we also have Azalea Swim and Tennis Club and Dothan Country Club, who also partner with us, and we partner with them. And it's just a really fun relationship to have with the other clubs, and we can offer a lot of clay court tennis in a town, and our geography helps us a lot. These 3 clubs are all within a mile of each other, and there's not a lot of traffic between these 3 locations, and so that gives us a lot to be thankful for.
Anything else you want to add about this whole experience? It's been a great experience. I've heard some positive things. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a lot of hard work. Most things that are this rewarding it takes a lot of effort behind the scenes to get this, and a lot of preparation. We've been preparing for this week since February, and that's when we found out we were going to get this tournament, and so it takes a lot. We've made some mistakes along the way, and you learn a lot from those, and you keep moving forward. This is our first rep with this level one, and we hope to have many more and really sit down and fine-tune this thing as we move forward.
Well, it's a 2-year contract to get this tournament next year, so you get to make improvements, and the first time out is a learning experience, and you guys are doing just that. So I know you guys are looking to finish strong and talk about some things you can improve for next year and make it better.
Absolutely.
Well, Hubie, thanks for joining us.
15
You're
love.
doing a great job. You got a fantastic crew, and hey, continued success, and we're looking forward to some greater things from the Westgate Tennis Center.
Absolutely, Tony, and thank you for being here. It's been a huge feather in our cap to have you here and your experience and everything that you bring along with the package that is you, and we sure do appreciate it.
Well, it's easy to hang out with good people. I guess that's the best way to put it. How's
Yes, sir. That's perfectly put.
All right, man.
Like a well-placed serve.
There you go, man. And we've seen some of those today, haven't we?
We have seen some unbelievable tennis.
So, you been impressed with the tennis that you've seen?
Absolutely. And another good story is we have a player here in town. I won't mention any names, but he's a pretty good player, and he played scrimmage one of the kids, and he's like, I got beat 6-3, 6-3. And this is a former D1 college player that's 50-something years old, and he's a pretty sporty player in town. So he played one of the kids. It's a different game.
It's a different level.
15.
It's a different level. I took my kids through this, and I tell you, it's a great ride for everyone. It's a learning experience, too.
Sure.
Absolutely. Hey, man, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Tony.
Come back and see me sometime soon, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy.
All right, thanks.
4-3 right now in the second set. Alcantara and Gomet are up. Great volley there by Prabhakar. Taking the game to 30 all. I tell you, they're flashy, and when they can get the ball in, they're dangerous. It's 30 all right now, so let's see what happens. Great play. Ball just over the baseline.
40-30.
Oh, terrific point by both teams there. Close. 40-30 for Alcantara and Gomet. Great point. You got a chance to see the talent of these players, both teams there. 40-30, game point.
Game.
Miss volley by
They
Prabhakar.
lead 5-3.
But you'd like to see a young player go for that ball. Even if you miss it, you want him to be aggressive, because if he keeps doing it, he'll eventually get it in and learn how to get it in. So you don't want him to get frustrated by missing that ball. You want him to continue to go for it, because he'll only get better at it. So a coach won't be too upset by that, even though they're now down 3-5 in the second set.
Love.
And once again, Alcantara is leaving that down the line open. And Prabhakar has no issue with going down the line for a winner. He did. It's 15 love. Great point. It's a scramble. No. Sweet play by Alcantara. Great hands. Once again, these guys are showing off their talent. Love. Backhands. But a great touch volley there by Alcantara with the left hand just over the net. Super play.
For 30-15.
30-15. Unreturnable serve. Prabhakar is up 30-15, trying to keep it close. They're down 5-3 in the second set.
40,
Big serve by Prabhakar. Alcantara wasn't able to handle it. 40-15. 3 game points.
Game.
Another big serve.
Gerard. Prabhakar. On the contrary,
Prabhakar.
leads 5-4.
And Gerard hangs in
Second
here,
set.
keeping it close. It's 5-4 in the second set. Alcantara and Gomet won the first set 7-6, 7-5 in the tiebreak. It's been a really good match with some great shots. And you can see the talent of these young teens, 13, 14-year-olds. They're putting on a good show for the folks here watching. And you got to enjoy this type of tennis. And these youngsters will only get better. And you'll see some of them in Division I schools, some maybe Division II, but a lot of them will be in Division I, and you'll probably even see a few of them on TV one day playing pro tennis. So their careers are ahead of them. We wish them well and want to see them succeed. So right now, Alcantara and Gomet are going to be serving for the set.
Tom.
It's 5-4. Let's see if Gomet can hold and put it away. You're going to see Alcantara try to be quite busy at the net and cut the ball off. He's done a great job of that. I think he's really been the difference in this match. His hands have been magical. And he's been able to cut off some balls to get them ahead. Oh, big play by Scherer. He was sitting there waiting on the cross court from Gomet, which is something I think they should have been trying to do a little bit earlier in this match, because Gomet likes to go across court a lot. Love 15.
$15.
Another ball cut off by Alcantara at the net. That's been the MVP play of this match, in my opinion. He has been real aggressive at the net. He hit Prabhakar with the ball, no harm meant. That's tennis. 15 all, 3 points away from heading to the semifinals.
Ball.
Ball was out.
15-30.
Intimidation factor there. Scherer stepped in to cut the ball off like he did the previous point with Gomet. He intimidated him, made him hit the ball long, and it went over the baseline. 15-30. But once again, Scherer's unforced error. That was huge. I think he's had too many of those unforced errors that have made a difference in different games. It could have been a better outcome up to this point. 30 all.
40-30.
And now they pay for that, because that miss on the ad side has given Alcantara and Gomet momentum. Match point right here, 40-30. Let first serve again.
Yes, sir.
Game, set, match.
Set and match.
Alcantara and Gomet, they win.
Country Gourmet.
2 sets to love, 7-6, 6-4. Very competitive match with both teams, but a terrific effort by Alcantara and Gomet. You can tell they've played together before. 2 lefties doing their thing, which is a rare feat, but when it works, it's beautiful play. A great win for them. They head on to the semifinals. Great try by Scherer and Prabhakar, just up against a more solid team. Love the way Alcantara controlled the net and cut the ball off there. And I tell you, Grimet, his two-hand backhand return was fire. And I think those two shots, the net play by Alcantara and the returns by Grimet on the backhand, that made the difference in the match. So congratulations to both of them. They move on to the semifinals. We'll be back in a moment. Jack, you're the number one seed. With that comes a lot of pressure. How do you handle the pressure?
I don't try to think about it a lot. I was been the number one seed in the 12s too, so I have a little bit of experience, but yeah.
Talk about this type of tournament and how great it is to play in these type of tournaments in this level.
Yeah, it's awesome. When I was younger, I wasn't amazing. I used to be young and not very good, but yeah, so it's awesome now.
So obviously that means you've put in a lot of work. Talk about that hard work you've put in.
Yeah, train a lot, put in a lot of hours, and it paid off.
What's the best thing about playing a tournament like this?
Probably competing and having fun.
Obviously you're a very competitive person. You don't get to be number one on a level like this. Talk about how competitive you are.
I'm very competitive ever since I was little. Every board game I lose, I'd cry. So, yeah.
All right. How blessed are you and the rest of the players to be here playing a tournament like this here? Obviously, you got to thank your parents, but it's a team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm very blessed. It's awesome. I know a lot of people don't have the opportunity, so I'm very thankful.
How have you enjoyed the tournament? Obviously, it's been raining, but there's more to it than rain. Have you enjoyed the tournament?
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. The rain's bad, but yeah, the food's awesome, so yeah.
Do you make a lot of friends when you come to a place like this?
Yeah, I guess Andrew would be one, so yep.
Okay. Anything you would like to tell younger players who may be 5 or 6, 7, 8, who want to attain your level of excellence? What kind of advice would you give them?
Probably keep working hard and just stay with it.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
Eric, if you will, tell me who you have in the tournament.
I have my son, younger son, Andrew Gordon.
And how old is Andrew?
Andrew is 14 years old.
All right. Talk about this journey, because it's a heck of a journey. I took my twins through this at a very high level. It's a lot of things, including fun. Talk about that.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of things involved, and traveling, driving on different sites, and well, it's a complication with the weather, but we can handle it.
Talk about what you get out of this, traveling with your son. What do you get out of this?
What I get out of this, first of all, I like that he's involved in tennis, a sport especially. So he's focusing, and when he grow up, he has a goal in his life and direction in his life.
And also, too, you're using tennis to teach life skills, I'm going to assume. What are you trying to teach him?
Well, I've been in kickboxing for a long time, so I teach him that he has to focus. Once he fell down, he has to stand up and fight until the end. So he has to, once he step on a court or ring, well, nothing else is matter.
Okay. How proud of you of Eric right now? How proud are you of it?
I'm proud of it because I see a lot of improvements in his behavior, and tennis affects his high school skills, and he become more focused because year after year I see that beside that he's growing up. He changed his attitude and focusing and everything involved because the tennis require a lot of time from him, and he handled it, and I like it.
For a parent out there who may be trying to get their kid to the level of yours, what kind of advice would you give a parent wanting to get their kids to a level one tournament?
I usually give him advice. First of all, is just respect your opponent, no matter what. It's just always respect. No matter what happens, you have to be humble and you have to be respectful. That's only matters for me. So that's, for me, it's a big achievement if he's just whatever he shot he does, and whatever happens, you have to agree with your opponent. It's all respect and being humble.
What about a parent wanting to do this and get their child to this level? What advice would you give another parent who wants to do this?
Well, I went through a lot of things. I've been nervous a long time ago, but I've been quiet for a while. And the parent should stay away from the kid, from his child, and let him figure out that what he has to do in his life. Like, give him a path. But not influence too much, because what I like, it doesn't mean that your child is liking. Sure. So it means that you have to give them the direction, but not pushing direction, not like you force it because you like it.
So it has to come from him.
Yeah. Yes. Parents' job is supporting everything, just driving, supporting, talking, but not influencing so much, because some parents, they just try to push the kids, even they don't like it.
Yeah. So it's a life lesson, isn't it? Learning a life lesson.
Yes.
Andrew, if you will, you've come a long way to play a lot of good tennis. How's it going so far?
I think it's going really well. Just feel really confident in my game, and just hope to make it to the finals and see how it goes.
If you will, describe your game style.
I mean, I hit a lot of heavy spin, and I'm really good on the baseline, and I'm really crafty at net. I'm good with movement, and I just like people who hit to me and just right to my racket. So,
what's your goal as far as a game of tennis?
I want to go pro or D1 college, so I'm just working really hard to achieve it.
Tell me about your time here. Have you enjoyed it, and how much fun has it been?
I mean, the rain has been really, really hard to work around with, but the restaurants have been really nice, and Dothan has been a really nice place.
Made some friends while you've been here?
Yeah, old friends, new friends, always just meeting people and, just creating new conversations and new friendships. So,
what's the greatest thing about being a top-level junior and traveling and coming to tournaments like this? Talk about that.
The excitement, just the pressure, just being on the court and versing people, just your friends. It's all about competition, and I don't know. I just love the game, and I love the competitiveness.
And it sounds just like what you're saying. You're a competitive person. Talk about how competitive you are.
I mean, as a child, I always loved to compete. I would always like to be first, and in anything that I do. So, I mean, I guess it's just I'm a very competitive person.
And being in an individual sport like this is kind of perfect, isn't it?
Yeah. Just to verse another person, just to see if you're better or not, or if you're just capable of winning and just working harder, whoever's just better.
Talk about some of the players who have influenced you, whether they're pros or whoever, the guys you like to watch and you try to pattern your game after.
Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, obviously. They've just been my idols since I was younger, and I just really like to be them.
What do you like about their games that equates to yours?
Luxury, just the way they act on court, the way they play, just the way they talk, just everything, the way they are as people.
And how much of a blessing is it for all of you guys to come here and to be able to play in tournaments like this, to travel with your parents who are obviously footing the bill? Talk about how blessed you guys are to be able to do this.
I love it. I mean, I have to thank my parents for everything and just all the training, and they all support me all the time, so I love them very much.
If you have a young person younger than you who wants to strive to get to your level, what kind of advice would you give them and their parents?
Just keep working hard and just work hard to achieve your goals, because just hard work gets to everything and it always pays off.
Anything else you want to add?
I'm going to try to win the tournament. But yeah, everything's going really well, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
All right, Graham, you're from Beaufort, South Carolina. Tell me about your week. How much fun have you had?
It's been a lot of fun. I mean, working hard. Everybody here has had a great time, I think. It's been hot, brutal. I think everybody here is tired.
But you get a chance to test your game against other players. Talk about that.
I'm sorry? What's that?
You get a chance to test your game against other great players like yourself. Talk about that experience.
Yeah, it's been a good experience. Everybody here is really good. I mean,
what does that tell you about, have you learned maybe some things you need to work on your game when you get back?
yeah, I think, sorry.
No, it's okay. No, we'll start over. Don't worry about it. Tell me what you've learned about your game this week.
I think I need to be a little bit more stronger. I need to be stronger, faster. Everybody here is really strong and fast, I think.
And it makes you go back and work on your game, don't it?
Yeah, it does. It makes me more,
Determined?
Yeah, determined.
There you go. Oh, absolutely. So for someone trying to get to this level like you guys have here, somebody maybe younger, what would you tell them? What advice would you give them?
Never, ever give up. Never be always positive. Never, it's all in the mind.
It's all in the mind? Hey, man, thanks for joining me. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate it. All right. Next. Come on, man. All right. Get up here on the X, right here. Just wait just a little bit. Right there. All right. Let me know when you're ready. I'll get him to say his name on here for you. Give me your first and last name and spell it for me.
Alex Farias, Farias.
Okay. Alex is?
Alex.
Where are you from?
Florida.
Okay, what part?
West Palm Beach.
Okay, West Palm Beach. I'm from Florida as well.
Yeah.
Alex, if you will, talk about your experience this week and how much fun have you had this week?
It's been really fun, competing with other kids that are really good, and
what have you learned about your game?
I need to work more on my attitude. I get mad a lot, and be more consistent. I gotta be a little more consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's great to be in an atmosphere like this with a whole bunch of players like yourself. Talk about being here.
It's a really good atmosphere with all these players. It's you can relate to them a lot, the same situations in matches. It's fun.
So it makes you realize you're not the only one in the boat. There are a lot of players here just like you.
Yeah, it makes me realize that not the only one. During the rain delays, everyone has the same situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it help you grow up a little bit?
Yeah, it helps me grow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about what do you take from here to take back to Florida to work on your game? What do you feel you need to work on when you go back home?
Oh, I gotta work on consistency and my forehand, and especially the mental part of my game. Yeah.
And in coming to a place like this helps you to learn more about what you need, doesn't it?
Yeah, it helps because like in a match situation and when you get tight and it just helps you like realize what you need to work on more than practice.
Okay. Now, if you had a youngster trying to get to your level, what advice would you give them?
Don't give up and keep working hard and good attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to work on that attitude, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about that attitude. What does it cost you in matches, or what do you see now that makes you realize I got to change this?
It just like getting too mad, like it just brings my whole game down if I get mad. And after the match, I go back and realize like if I didn't get mad and didn't get down, I could have won a few of those points. Like if I was staying like positive. Yeah.
So you just got to mature a little bit more and grow up?
Yeah. Yeah, and I just have to realize like after I miss a ball, I can't go back and change it. So I just have to forget about it and stop worrying about it.
And being in an atmosphere like this with fellow great players, that makes you realize, hey, you got to let it go.
Yeah.
You got to move on to the next point, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
No.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right. Come on. Cool. Can I switch him over here? All right. Let me get you up here close to the X. Right there. Step back. Right there. You good?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, give me your first and last name and spell it.
Xavier Augustin, Zavier, and then last name is Augustin.
Okay. Tell me where you're from.
I'm from Malvern, New York.
All right. So, Augustin,
Yeah.
tell me about your experience this week.
This week I had a lot of fun, played a lot of matches, and really got to hang out with my friends that I don't get to see often, and also got to experience a lot from different types of players and really see a lot more of my game, what I can improve on and what I do good on.
Tell me about what you need to work on.
I feel like I need to work on really staying more in the point and like looking to set up for my forehand and like looking to be a lot more patient during the point so I don't get careless errors.
How much will this tournament help you to become a better player?
I think in this tournament I learned a lot about my game, so I think it'll really help me develop into a lot better and also more determined player, because I'm really looking forward to the next years, and once I like really put everything to my game in my mind, I can really achieve anything.
So, what changes will you make going home to make you a better player because of this tournament?
I really start like working a lot more harder, because as you can feel in like the heat here, you can really like tend to sometimes try and shorten the points. But what I want to do and work on is like trying to stay and like grind harder in the points. So I want to work harder, play a lot more, and really take advantage of the weather. So play in the hotter conditions.
What's your goal as far as tennis?
I really want to go college and then go pro and really take it from there.
Okay, if you had a young player coming up behind you that wanted to do exactly what you're doing and raise to your level, what advice would you give them?
I would definitely give him just work on the weapons in your game and just develop those and trust your shots. And once you trust those shots, you can really develop them and you'll really use them more in your match. And once you develop those shots, you can definitely work on a lot other areas in your game.
How much fun have you had this week?
I've had a lot of fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Making some new friends?
Yeah, new and meeting old friends that I haven't seen in a while.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate your time, man. Thank you much. All right.